Alright, hello, greetings and welcome in everyone. Hi. My name is Harrier Citadel, avian alien sentinel of Fort Mystehaven, perpetrator of creative chaos, general maker of things, and hopefully you can actually see me. Please, let me know if you can actually see me this time. I hope you can. I tried to stream yesterday and apparently I was responsible for a colossal failure because I somehow completely managed to not hit the last very important button that was necessary to make sure that we actually ended up going live. So I am really sorry about that. But hopefully we are actually functional today. So type 1 in chat if you can see me. It's alright, Harrier. I just thought your Wi-Fi was bugging out, that was why. Okay, but okay, Alex, thank you so much. That you could answer me directly tells me that you could in fact hear me and see me, which means we are in fact actually live this time. Yes, with the waiting rooms being buggy in terms of how they've been published lately, like, I do a normal stream setup, and if it's not scheduled to start immediately, it just does not save on the schedule. And so I've had to go and make a bunch of private streams with the different start times by making a stream privately for imminently, and then after it has successfully been registered on the thing, going and changing the times. So I've got like a whole bunch of placeholder streams now for the rest of the week. So crazy. And with that, being in a hurry to get the waiting rooms actually out, I forgot to toggle on the little button that says start stream automatically, which I generally have toggled on. And thusly, there was a second button in OBS that I completely forgot to press because I'm used to not needing to press it. Why it is a double tap type thing, I still don't get. Like, you should be able to hit the go live button, and from there, you should be live. So, why start streaming and go live is not exactly the same thing? YouTube only knows. But anyway, we are here, and we're going to be working on some of the sponsored Mystehaven hours that were graciously granted to us by Zany. So that's going to be what we're going to be working on today. It's also kind of my bad on yesterday. I was thinking of messaging if the stream was bugged, but I didn't want to be rude by messaging. Don't stress. Thank you for thinking of it. At this point in the fight, I do not actually have an active on-stream moderator, right? If I had an on-stream mod who could have given me that heads up, then sure, I would have said you wouldn't have needed to bother with it, because there would have been someone who has the responsibility to check that things are actually functional. I don't have anyone like that at the moment. Like, Eternal Rover is our Discord mod, but given when we stream and the fact that he is situated in one of the Asian time zones, there is not a chance on this blue earth that I could expect that of him. So at the moment, I am in charge of my own moderation, and unfortunately that means that when it comes to things like monitoring that stream is actually going live, technically that's also on me. But until such time as I actually can get a moderation team, I will appreciate a heads up. And you don't have to do a private DM, you can just put it in the general channel. I have my Discord open in a place where I can see it on stream, so that if something like this happens again, I can actually see it. So you can just drop that in the general channel in Fort Mystehaven, so that I can be aware if something breaks going forward. Because at the moment, yeah, that's just the current situation, because DMs I generally don't look at in stream, because if I do, sometimes it interrupts the flow of things, but I keep an eye on the general channel because that's usually a safe sounding board for it, right? So that's going to be the plan. That is going to be operationally our plan. But yeah, so we're going to have some sponsored Mystehaven time. Just to confirm, I just want to make sure that I'm not being completely daft about how many hours we have to allocate to this. It was 5 hours. Yesterday when I thought I was streaming, I worked for 1 of those hours, and we have gotten to the point where this is what we have available to us. Let's head over. Okay, so we are working on the Whitacre family, which is Claret, our Marchioness, and her parents. I want to get a family portrait commissioned for them. And there is more than one POV in which we will probably see the Whitacres during Claret's childhood phase. So having this is important for plot reasons. So we know what Claret's going to look like more or less when she's grown up, but we needed to see the family. Just letting you know, the Discord bot didn't send the link on Discord. Yeah, I had a feeling it wouldn't do that with the bug. I had a strong feeling it wouldn't do that with the bug with YouTube. I noticed it as well. I just had other things that I needed to very quickly throw together in the countdown time, so and the waiting room time, so I never got a chance to actually put that in there. But yeah, it's one of those things that needs to just get refined. Hopefully YouTube fixes the bug that they've got where things are not publishing, unless they're set for immediate going live. I will do a couple more tests with that over the next couple of days to see if it is in fact going through or not, but for the moment, we just make do. I will make a point of next week, with whatever happens, manually publishing the waiting room links in the Discord as well. Yeah, that's going to be the plan. Wishing you luck on that. YouTube, hope YouTube fixes the bug soon. I hope so too. It's annoying. It's an annoying bug, especially when you type your SEO description for the particular video that you're going to do, and then you forget to copy it into your clipboard, and then the thing fails, and you need to remember what were all of the settings of the stream that I just set up again. What was my title again? It was something witty, and now it's gone. Yeah, that's less than pleasant, but such is what we deal with, right? In any case, yeah, at the moment what I've got is skeleton designs for the Whitacre family here, but they need some polish. They need some desperate polish, so that's what we are going to be working on. I think I need to just brush up a little bit in terms of approximate heights for approximate age groups, because I know Claret is a kid here, because obviously she is a kid here, but exact ages I cannot say, because I cannot for the life of me remember what the ratios of different age groups are right this very second. Let's just say I don't spend enough time hanging around people of minor age groups at the moment to have immediate off of the top of my head, oh, that kid looks about 10. type things. I just don't. So I have no idea how old she is in this proportion at the moment. Definitely before the preteen growth spurt, I think. I know girls generally have a single growth spurt, but and boys generally have two. And girls generally have their growth spurt a little bit earlier than boys. That is what I'm familiar with. But how that actually correlates to the proportions, goodness alone knows. Of course, these are generalizations, so eh. Wait, we get two. I feel scammed. I'm still waiting for the second one. Second one what? Oh, growth spurt, yeah. They vary in drasticness. Yeah, they vary in drasticness, and the second one is also largely dependent on your level of physical activity. So, if in your older teenage years you are inert, you're not as likely to have a significant second growth spurt as in your childhood growth spurt. Yeah. That is my understanding. Diet and inertia play a big role in that. If you're not getting enough proteins in, and if you're not getting enough physical activity in, then it seriously affects the second growth spurt. I blame the pandemic for that then. No, yeah, that sucks. I think you've still got a chance up until about the age of 24. I think. It's fuzzy. It all depends on basically your own body's natural timelines. Brad, welcome in. Get exercising then. Oh dear. Escape your shortness. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you've still got a chance until age 24-ish. I know roughly age 25-ish is approximately when the telomeres of your DNA stop replicating one-to-one and start suffering degradation every time you go through cell division. And that basically is the aging stopwatch getting switched on there at around 25. But once again, it's not a hard and fast rule. Everyone's biology is going to vary quite significantly, so we're talking in averages and approximations. But how are you doing, Brad? Welcome in. I'm doing okay. It's been a quiet day for me. I'm glad you've had a quiet day. Quiet days are generally nice. Eek. Come on. So, I'm just making a second canvas for this because I do want to kind of roughly expand on these outfits a bit, because it's literally just the skeletons of how they're put together at the moment. Might go back to exercising then? Yeah, do the thing. It literally, unless you are doing the wrong kinds of exercises, it literally cannot do you any harm. Right? Generally speaking, focusing on core strength first means that you're not going to hurt yourself as much when you start working on extremities. And work only on things that need your own body weight first. I think that's generally the safest way to go about it. Especially if you're someone like me who has been inert for way too long. Because, let's just be real, all of my strength is focused in my limbs, and my core is completely atrophied. It is terrible. And I suffer the consequences of that daily. I just need to still get the discipline to actually do something about it. I need someone to help me with that significantly, but that is another life's problem at the moment. I have not got the bandwidth for it. I'll probably just follow the Saitama workout. Don't need a gym that way. Scaled back, of course, but still, yeah. The Saitama workout is good. Provided you've got place to actually do the running part of things. If running is difficult on your knees and ankles, then walking is a good alternative. Same distance, just walked. At least up until you've built up the joint strength. But yeah. I'm just walking. Knees are too weak for running. Yeah. I've got troublesome knees as well, so I understand. My main issue with running is my lungs, but I've got difficult knees too. Once I was participating in a middle school athletics thing because we had no choice in the matter. And I ran a sprint because it was the way I could run the least. And my knee almost bent backwards. So, yeah. That was not fun. I try to avoid running as much as possible. Unless I can loosely jog to get somewhere in a hurry, if I absolutely need to, because there's a car running and they're waiting for me. Yeah. My knee didn't like the mental image of that. I apologize. No, that was not fun. Doing the harder option because it gets me done faster is an amazing logic and has never failed me, other than all the times it failed me. You know what, right? Yeah, that is 100% valid when it comes to carrying all of the shopping from the vehicle to the kitchen for distribution around the household. In that case, by all means, load 10 bags full of stuff per arm and go for it one time because you do not want to walk twice. And suffer the consequences later. But yeah, for everything else, yeah. There's something to be said for the load versus repetitions argument as well. Generally, when you're talking about aesthetics, you're generally going to increase the load, but when you're looking for functionality, you want to increase reps at a lower load capacity. A whole bunch more easier exercise becomes functionally much more user-friendly, if I can phrase it that way. Like, yes, sure, you still get strength doing a higher load stuff because obviously you can do the higher load. But to do a lot of lower load reps and then do a smaller amount of higher load stuff just to get the explosive strength up for when you actually need that little bit of extra oomph. Yeah, it's useful stuff. Like, I can be grateful that I have moved home a lot during my childhood, like crazy a lot. I think up until like 3-4 years ago. I think there was a period where I moved house 10 times in 7 years. Oh, no, it was 7 times in 10 years, sorry. So I got very used to moving furniture. Like, very, very used to moving furniture. That's also how I managed to punch myself in the face with a fridge. Climbing stairs, carrying a fridge. Fun times. Fun times. Happens to everyone? Yeah. But those are the sorts of things that you want that explosive strength at that point. At the moment, I'm a little bit concerned for my own physical health and safety on the topic of my strength, simply because of the inertia that I have had the last couple of years especially. I am very concerned that, especially now as I'm starting to get older as well, that muscular atrophy is going to open me up for all kinds of injuries, and I'm not looking forward to that. I do not want to suffer lower back injury because I didn't have enough core support. That does not strike me as fun. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just I'm gonna re-grab the roughs here from Russet. I'm gonna start with Russet because I think I've got a slightly more work to do with him, actually, because he's got like firstly a slightly more significant role in what's going on than Regina, because he's actually the active Marcus at the time when he shows up. And that's got implications to it as well. If I can just not accidentally hit all of the wrong buttons and now have to wait for things to finish processing. Okay, never mind. But I need to also do some additional side sketches with this as well, because while this is the formal attire, it's also basically going through a whole bunch of the thought process for how the Rarekin dress in general, because they are the native people of this planet. So I need to make sure that it makes sense. Come on, catch up with me, please. So yeah, at the moment I've just got the very, 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 very rough outlines of what I want things to look like. I've at the very least got skin color, hair color, eye color, and wing color. And a rough cut on the outfit, but I need to actually determine the detailing. Because Marcus is obviously someone of relatively high rank in the social nobility of a nation. And I do want the outfit to reflect that appropriately. And at the moment, it is incredibly basic. Too basic. Like, a dress can get away with having larger swaths of nothing happening on it because of luxury fabrics and so on. But a gentleman must have at least some drip on his waistcoat, right? A gentleman must have some drip on his waistcoat. I feel like that is a must. Come on! Catch up with me, machine. I beg. Deselect. Move! It's not moving, it's still frozen. Okay. So we're still in chatting mode. And Krazik, hello, hello, welcome in, welcome in. How are you doing? I'm waiting for my machine to catch up with me. because it is being daft. So I'm going to scroll a lot. I'm roasted. Oh no! Oh no! You see, I would not know anything about the adornment of a gentleman's waistcoat, as I am not a gentleman. Gasp. That... You see, I'm going to turn on you the quote from My Fair Lady. And I hope that I'm not butchering it too badly, because it has been some time since I've last heard it. Alright? A gentleman is a gentleman. Not by the way that he acts, but by the way that he is treated by others. Much as the same way that a lady is not a lady by how she acts, but how she is treated by others. The gospel has made me feel bad for not being fancier. No. There is a difference between being fancy and being a gentleman. You can be a gentleman and still be an absolute tramp in how you dress. Right? You can still dress like an absolute tramp, but be a gentleman. And I feel like that is something that is a matter of how you interact with people, right? It's just as much a matter of respect and self-respect, if I can phrase it that way. You don't need to be covered in drip. You don't need to be posh. You don't need to put on airs and keep up with the Joneses. It's all a matter of respect and bearing. And at the very least, what I can say very, very confidently about the Mistlings thus far is that you guys have all been absolute gentlemen in terms of how you have been treating me. So thank you. I consider you guys gentlemen. Knowing that at least the majority of the folk who interact with me live on stream are of the masculine variety, according to YouTube stats. Thanks, gents. I appreciate you, lads. So yeah, that is my experience with you guys. So I appreciate you significantly on that regard. Okay, this thing is still frozen. We did it, lads! We became champs! Well done! Well done! Yes. It's grand. It's grand. I just realized that I am without hydration. A gasp. Right as I was about to say, guys, it's time for a hydrate. Distant sounds of soccer hooligan like cheering. Maybe I should commission a fancy outfit now. Honestly, a dragon in a fancy outfit? I can roll with that. That sounds like a grand idea. Honestly. 100% subscribe to that plan. Okay, let me see if I can figure out why this thing is not doing anything. I wish I could get a fancy outfit IRL, but it's hard to find nowadays. Yeah, I agree. Like, the issue I have with fancy outfits nowadays is that there are two major consideration factors. One, if you go to a professional to get it made on your behalf, it's going to cost the earth, right? Two, if you dress nicely or too fancy or what have you, and I say too fancy in inverted commas, people look at you funny, right? People look at you funny when you decide to not dress down for as much as humanly possible. That makes me sad. Like, what do you mean? I have these lovely items in my wardrobe and I am not at work where I need to be in some sort of a uniform, what do you mean that it's socially inappropriate for me to actually apply effort into my appearance? Come on. You want me to look like literally everyone else in the same loose slacks, the same sad faded pastel color shirt that doesn't fit nicely? I have not. I don't like that. I don't like that, guys. I want to wear a top hat and have a cane because I think they look cool, but no, I just get made fun of. Yeah, no. Honestly, I think that we should make a movement to just dress with some sort of fancy flair out in the world. I know of that one guy in the UK who does, who literally only wears historical clothing, and he makes it, and it's like amazing. But it's like, we need more whimsy like that in our lives. I've since stopped caring if people look weirdly at me for my attire. That is a wonderful mindset to finally have, honestly. If not jeans and a t-shirt, people think you're up to something. I know, right? It drives me insane. It's one of the reasons why I think if I ever get the opportunity to, I will be a fashion armor girly. Like, I know that my mom will probably be embarrassed to be seen with me, but come on, if I can't at least get a nice laser cut piece of steel bent into this fancy little pauldron or something, a pauldron brooch maybe, with a chain that's all fancy, like, come on. What are we even doing? Why else do we have laser cutters, people? Oh. I would stop caring, but I have terrible social anxiety and people looking at me makes me anxious. Dress fancy, yes, I'm up to something. Question it. Is it something you're thinking of? Something you're boringly mundane? That's a good point. Why have laser cutters if not for fashion armor? You see what I mean? You see what I mean? Yeah. Like, here's the thing, right? In IRL situations, I am abysmally quiet. I am the sponge in the social environments. Whenever I'm at a group gathering, right, I am the person who is just listening to everyone else talk, right? So I'm already the quiet person. But I've discovered that I like my outfits to do my speaking for me. Like, I don't need to interact and be loud. If I've got fancy pieces of clothing, they can be conversation starters. And cool in those situations. Or is my plan to make you wonder what I'm up to with this whole goal? The worst thing I love, big long coats, but I am large and quiet. The type of person who gets pulled aside at airports. I've been told, yeah, for your safety, don't. Oh no. In a social situation, I am the wall decoration. If you're gonna be a wallflower, at least be pretty, right? If you're gonna be a wallflower, at least be pretty. Yeah, no. Like, in Breed's situation where you like those big long coats, I suppose there's also how you wear clothing as well. That also plays a role, right? Like, how you dress and your demeanor in it also plays a big role in terms of, yeah, you have physique, but how you hold yourself while you are out in the world. It's the difference between hiding in large clothing and having presence without necessarily being threatening. You know what I mean? It is. There are ways of handling those situations. I've tried to start a conversation in a social situation, and it gotten as far as hello, and that was as far as the conversation went. Yeah. That's fair. I'd do the same if I wasn't out with my friends. Yeah. Yeah, socializing is generally difficult. Like, unless you somehow manage to find an extrovert. Honestly, I think one of the best things that I ever did was find a crib note of conversation starting questions. Or a crib sheet of conversation starting questions, and just like memorize like 11 of them at a time. I've forgotten them all at this point. I've honestly forgotten all of them at this point, but like having a crib sheet of conversation starting questions, and that just generally helps in all situations. But the best is when you can get a joke, for example, out of a cashier at a shop. That's always the fun one. Like, find something in your list of purchases that would be an interesting commentary. Like, an ingredient for, like, if you're buying bulks of something for another, and make a weird comment about something that you're planning on cooking. And get a laugh out of the other person. That's usually enough. And sometimes they'll banter back, and sometimes they're gonna look at you weird, but the people who care, sometimes you can light up their day. I find that alcohol makes me just stop caring about how people see me, so I just talk. Yeah, that's fair. Sometimes, though, it does have its downsides, so just be mindful about that one as well, because it can also isolate you from some good influences if that is the only way that you are comfortable interacting with individuals. Just be mindful of this. I'm a happy drunk, but unless someone gets me going on a topic I'm familiar with, I'm still quiet. That's fair. That's fair. Okay, this is still frozen dead solid. So I think I might have to do I might have to do an emergency halt on this. I'm just going to quickly go back to the chatting page, because things are frozen. Good news is I did not lose anything. Okay, wait, where is this? Where is this? Okay, I know why it was frozen now. I know why it was frozen. I know why it was frozen. I had a hidden dialogue box. We wasted time for a hidden dialogue box. Don't you just love it when that happens? Oy, oy, oy. I get that. I talked for hours straight about Greek mythology when I was brought up. Oh, that's fun. Hate it when that happens. Yeah, the hidden dialogue boxes are a pain. Oh, the hidden dialogue boxes are a pain. Oof. Oof. It was not waiting, it was waiting for an input. At least it's not a big bug. Yeah, I agree. Like, I can handle a hidden dialogue box, because that means that something's not broken. It means that the problem was in the chair, not the computer. I can handle picnic problems, because I know that I am fallible, and I can fix the fallible. But when the problem is in the computer, I do not know how to necessarily always fix it. It could have been worse. It could have been so much worse. On that note, I think it's time for a hydrate. I am just going to quickly acquire mine because it is currently like 2 meters away from me for some obscure reason. One moment, please. All right, hydration acquired. Let's take a sip. I'm on water at the moment because I was a little bit silly when it came to my timing. So I do not presently have coffee at hand. But alright, so we are working with russet. Now here what I want to do is I want to actually do some side sketches, but what I want to go through here first my hydration is about 15 centimeters from me. That is useful. That is useful. Okay, there's my rough sketch. Now, one thing that I have not yet done is get my brushes completely sorted out yet, unfortunately. I keep a liter bottle of water next to my chair, fill it up when I wake up. Ah, that's useful. That's a good idea. I have a 700 milliliter water bottle as well. Unfortunately, it's got some stubborn stuff starting to grow in the bottom of it, so I haven't been using it lately while I'm trying to fight the algae that's starting to grow in there. Ew. My hydration is fleeting. I'm considering grabbing an energy drink or something to motivate me to do anything. Also, if there was some before, the background music is gone. Yes, I see this. Why is the background music gone? It's like the slider just decided to nope out of existence. Okay. Let me just go here again. Let's just see if that fixes it. Yes, okay. I would say if your hydration is fleeting, you should probably chain it down so it doesn't escape. Yeah, that's if your hydration is fleeing. I'm lazy, so I should buy some juice concentrate, and the empty bottles are my drinking bottles. I just move to the next bottle when I finish the juice. You know what? That's fair. That's fair. It's a way of reusing, which in its own way is responsible. Right, so what I want to do here is I want to just put some additional views in place, because I'm not going to give Russet like a full reference sheet, but I do want to at least have a couple of things tied down a little bit more clearly. Okay, something like that. And then what I want to do is figure out exactly how I'm going to layer the shirts. So what I'm going to do is first things first. Let us create a little bit of a foundation and a base. So what I'm going to go with is I'm going to go with that brush. What's our size there? 8. Cool. Good enough. Reduce this down. call that inks. Call that fill. Group. Call that base. And I'm not going to use it as a base, but I'm just going to have it on as the innermost layer of everything. But let's start with the face and work from there. Yeah, I can totally feel that it does not feel the same to ink with this as what I had previously. But I'll just have to figure out again what my brushes are going to be from scratch. Gana-sama, thank you so much. Welcome in. Hello, hello, good to see you. My name is Harrier Citadel, avian alien sentinel of Fort Mystehaven, perpetrator of creative chaos, general maker of things, and very, very glad to have you joining us. How are you doing? Well, if you don't feel like chatting, that's no problem at all. I hope that you enjoy your stay all the same. We appreciate lurkers here, so don't feel pressured to chat if you don't feel like it. But if you do feel like asking any questions at all, please don't hesitate. I'm actually going to switch to that brush. I feel like this one might just be better for the job. Yeah, I think this one is going to be better for the job. There we go. So, for this, I am thinking in terms of both. I obviously want to get a portrait commissioned by one of the artists whose work I really like, for the Whitacre family, whom we are drawing today. But there's also a non-zero chance that I might need to model these people as well, so I'm also keeping that in mind as I'm going through the process, is that I will have to maybe 3D model these people too. At this stage, while it's still very early in the process of putting the scripts and everything together, I can't say for sure, but I'm preparing for every potential eventuality. Okay. So, at this point, roughs get hidden again. And we do a little bit of cleanup over here. Something like this. Because we've got to prepare for the fact that we've still got to draw a shirt on. That allows space for the wings. So the plan for today is design fancy dress that allows for the wings to exist. In such a way that makes sense, because for this particular human subspecies, I suppose I could phrase it that way, the wings are not retractable. So they kind of have to live with them out the whole time. And therefore, whatever they wear needs to be practical with that consideration. Don't you just love wing people problems? Oy. Okay. Gotta love the problems unique biology has. Yep. Like, thankfully, the majority of winged humanoids have wings in approximately the same sorts of places. So the range of attire, in terms of ways that you can solve the problems, generally can follow the same sorts of thought processes. But even then, different cultures will have different solutions to the same problems. Because gestures broadly at the entire fashion culture of Earth, right? So even among the winged peoples, the rare kin of Fort Mystehaven might be very, very different from some of the winged mistlings as well. And it can tell a lot about the person and culture? Yeah, exactly. What do they value? What kind of environment they exist in? A great deal about the kinds of enterprise they take part in. Clothing says a ton, honestly. Just taking a measurement quickly. Okay, I thought it looked a little bit small, but it is actually approximately the right size. But I do want his arm to be a little bit daintier. This person is more of an administrator than a man of any sort of martial prowess. Which means that also needs to get cut down a little, because otherwise neck is way too muscular for what he's actually got going on. Okay. And with that, everything here is now a little bit too far out. So that needs to come in slightly. Come on, let go. There we go. All right, now we need to determine the shirt as a first port of call. So, before I get to that, I just want to do this back view as well, because I'm going to want to work on those in tandem. But I think what I want to do here is I want to flip this sketch over, because we see sort of what the hair back looks like on that side already, but not from the reverse, so we're just going to flip that over. There we go. Okay. Roughly. Like that. Okay, there we go. Now, when it comes to the curve of the neck, that needs to start up there, not as far back as I had it. But if I'm looking at how this is currently behaving, I should probably angle the face a little bit more away from the camera. So let's just pull that inward a little bit. Push that way a smidge as well. Okay. Almost there. That's a little bit more believable already. Grand! Woohoo! Right, so we know that we've got one piece of hair that goes sort of like that. 2 and then 3 like so. And then everything else kind of smoothly comes down from there. And this will sort of fall back into shape like this, eventually blending down before the blunt cut at the bottom. Eye is too tall, so I'm going to narrow it down a little bit. Okay. That looks a little bit more like the same person. Alright. Now... get the rest of this foundation in place. That's not what I was looking for. There we go. I'm just going to kind of end things at the deltoid. I'm not going to bother with arms at this point, because why? There are no upper sleeves. No upper sleeves apply in this case, so we're not going to make use of those. We don't need more reference for that. Don't need to draw what we don't need for the reference, right? So... what we do have, however, is we have the origins for the wings, which live there. Something roughly like this. Okay. And with that, I should be able to reduce that down to like 5, just so that I can barely see it. And now we can focus on our layering for this. So, firstly, our shirt, we want to actually have a tucked in shirt at the bottom. I'm going to draw it pretty close onto the skin because we are going to be putting a waistcoat on over the top of this. So I don't want it there to be too much on this bottom layer drawing. So we'll start with a basic halter neck. That's pretty modest around the chest. All right. And what I want this to do is I want it to end with a sort of like a pair of suspenders, I suppose you could phrase it that way. But first we have a hydrate. So everyone, let's acquire our nearest safe for consumption beverages and take a sip. Yep, that'll do the trick. because I do feel like this is going to want to have something providing support between the wings. And giving an opportunity for a little bit of noble bedazzlement. Let me just compress this all a little bit further that way. Right? But I wonder, am I being daft again? Am I being daft again? I think I am. I want to do it this way. I'm gonna just take these inks off because there is an easier way to handle what I'm trying to achieve here. I'll leave that because I like how I got that curvature better. So you know what? I'm just going to rough in a little bit more of the base. Because now I'm thinking with my brain instead of my laziness. This can be sketchy because it's all going to get covered up anyway. All right. Okay, so what I'm going to do on top of that is I'm going to create a shirt layer. And what I want to do is I want to go to save that as a default, yes. Okay. And now I'm gonna grab white. Is that pure white? Ugh, yes it is. That is in fact pure white. I'm going to add a tiny bit of blue to that. Like the tiniest smidge of blue to that. Replace. Just so that it's not completely bone white. Because that's difficult to work with. And then what I can do is I can draw in shapes. And that's going to make my life infinitely simpler. Then I'm going to duplicate that, empty it, and rename it to shoes. Okay. Grab a slightly darker grey. Once again, I will refine this later. I'm just getting the very, very, very rough pieces in place. Okay. And then duplicate and empty and call this trousers. Grab that white again. There we go. Now, this is looking very 70s disco at the moment, but it will get better. I promise. As soon as I find where the calves are, so that I can straighten things in relation to that. All right, that's a bit better. Now we come back to here. And let's just tailor these a bit nicely. All right, so now we have a rough idea of silhouette. So now we can come in and place some landmarks. In terms of construction, including but not limited to the entire waist assembly. There we go. Now this is pretty standard for what we are used to in our iteration of reality. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. I suppose would be appropriate here. But there's not going to be any belt solution here because we are not going to use a belt here. Instead, what we're going to do is we're going to go into our shirt section. Just give this a good tuck. Nope. Flip this over. There we go, there we go. Okay, so for first part of the shirt as a foundation, that works. Now we need to do the same over here. This is going to be roughly like that. Cut this away. And add the back of the mantle before the collar. All right. Now we're going to duplicate that, empty it. Make this one suspenders. All right. And fine, let's just add a little bit here just so that we've got something to reference against. All right. Now, this I want to have in grey. I think that is going to be the right appropriate color for this job. Let's make this 30. Now, I don't want this to connect to the top of the shirt here at the back of the arch, because in that situation, what's going to happen is that it's going to be really difficult to clip that on. Like, I suppose you could sort of do it from your opposite arm coming across, but it's not easy. So what I'd expect is to have a connection point that's going to go down here and then split to hold that down to the pants like that. Something like that. Okay. And then it will need its metal pieces. Okay. And then I'm gonna grab that yellow and put a little bit of embellishment here. Once again, we'll come back and clean this up once we've got the structure a little bit more set. All right. Actually, I'm going to have that go in there because then what will happen is it will button to the inside of the trousers. Because that makes sense, according to historical construction, to my knowledge. Okay. Then what we shall do is we need to look at seams and closures on this shirt. So it would make sense for there to be center seams at the back, which could, for all practical purposes, also be used to inlay a decorative panel. Because if you're going to have space at the back, why make it boring, right? And I can't help but think that one of the rules of video game design, especially for third-person viewpoint games, is that you want your characters to be visually interesting from the back because that's where you see them most of the time. That doesn't mean that Russet is going to be a playable character necessarily, but I still can't help but think of that every single time I see the back view of a character that I'm trying to work on and think, yeah, I've seen way too many modern outfits that are boring from the back too. So let's make it interesting, right? You don't only ever see a person from head on, right? And the back is this huge, large canvas of space. It's like, why are we not utilizing this with interesting cuts and panels more often? And I'm going to duplicate the layer and empty it for the collar. But let's look at closures. So if we assume similar construction to what we are used to for earthling attire, if I can phrase it that way, where it's more convenient to close things in front. Then we can assume that the same sort of idea is going to get applied over here. Okay. Something roughly like that. All right. And that will probably connect something like that, because there is definitely some sort of a hem and seam there. Now what we're going to want to do is we're going to want to apply for our winged Marcus over here some embellishments for the shirt itself, because it can't be boring even if it's just the underneath layer. Why? Because we do not yet know what the waistcoat is going to look like over the top of this, but I do get the distinct feeling that some of the shirt is going to poke out of it. So we want it to still have presence even in the absence of the top layers. And the first thing that I think of is a little bit of trim. With a little bit of additional texture, right? So let's do that. Extend that across. Like so. Okay, that means there are 3 that go over the shoulder. That can have presence on the front, leading down. So let's start on the innermost one. And not have lag break it, please and thank you. This needs more depth on this side. There we go. Two. And 3. Like that. Middle one on this side. 2. And this is obviously not 100% perfect, but it is good enough for now. 3. I see that hydration has been secured and prevented from fleeing. Well done. Oh, that is a good reminder. I had completely forgotten to reset my timer. Thank you, Krazik. Everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverages and let us take a sip. I will very shortly be required to go and make myself a fresh cup of coffee because my water is almost all gone too. Whoopsie. Okay. So that's a nice little bit of texture on the shirt. I still feel like maybe this should be a little bit more pronounced. Something like that. All right. So that is... Just saw it, that's funny. I don't know what you guys saw, but okay. Oh dear. I do not know what you guys just saw. Oh dear. Well, as long as you're having fun. It's in the Discord. In the Discord. Oh. Memes channel. Oh. Oh. That is funny. And that's actually a solid solution. Hold up. That is a solid solution. That does not look like it's breaking in a hurry. Wow, okay. Fun. Very solid. If I may, can I share that, because that is brilliant. Oh wait, I can't necessarily share that on stream in a hurry because it's going to require things. Bleh. Unless, no, it's gonna be bleh. It looks like the part it's secured to might break before the securing device does. Yes, it does indeed. It does indeed. Crazy. Yeah, I'm sorry guys, if you are not in the Discord and you want to know what on earth Krazik and Alex are talking about, please join the Discord, it's hilarious. We're mostly chill. The Discord is mostly where we exchange the occasional meme, and for members of the channel, which you will have seen the occasional members pop up all across the stream so far. Memberships are currently happening through my fourth wall because I'm still working on getting eligible for YouTube Partner. If you want to, please assist with that. Consider hitting the subscribe button. It helps a lot. A lot. Until such time as we can reach YouTube Partner, I'm running subscriptions via Fourth Wall, and that gives you access to a private channel in the Discord server where I occasionally do additional work-along streams outside of my usual art streams. So for secret work and preparation and all of my stuff that happens in offline hours, I occasionally do stuff there. And I am still drowning a little bit in deadlines in between this. We are currently working on some sponsored Mystehaven hours. But in between those deadlines... Dark Side Discord, yes. There are indeed cookies. I am very likely going to give members fourth wall perks on merch discounts. I'm working on a list of things that I want to add to our merch options in fourth wall as well. And I am going to be putting a members discount on the membership tiers as well. So that's going to be a thing going forward. I've still got to obviously get around to actually adding more merch because I need to actually design it and load it up first. But that's going to be a thing. And until further notice, the discount value is going to be tied to which tier of membership. So the straight mistling tier, which is our lowest tier, is going to not have the membership perks. The skirmishers are going to have a discount applied, and the paladins, which are our highest tier, are going to have a bigger discount applied. So I still need to work out exactly what numbers that's going to land up being, but that's going to be the goal. The main thing that I'm going to need to do is make sure that my pricing is such that I am not losing money on sales when that happens, because I obviously cannot carry the cost of all of the discounts on my lonesome. So we're just going to need to make sure that the pricing works out, because otherwise I am actually losing money on fourth wall instead of actually getting support from the channel, and unfortunately this is my day job, so I kind of can't afford for that to be the thing. I should not need to apologize for needing to survive and be able to afford things. Okay, next is going to be fastenings. I'm going to put the fastenings on the same as the trim. There we go. And then let's go onto our waistcoat. Clear it. Waistcoat. Okay, so for this, I'm thinking of actually going a little bit grey. I think grey will actually work nicely. Let's see. We'll come back to the idea of the grey because we need to remember that his colours are red, and I think the issue that I'm now facing is that I am designing off of a grey canvas instead of designing with his actual colours in mind. So I will need to reassess what I'm busy with in just a moment. Cannot find the link to your fourth wall. It should be in the welcome channel on the territory map, but it should also be here. Please work. Yay, it works. It works. Yay. I'm always slightly surprised when things work. Slightly surprised when things work. Let's go, works, woohoo! Victory! We love it when things work like they are actually designed to. Okay, let's do this. Grab outside. Nope. Close gap big. There we go. Did find the link in the Discord, the one place I had not checked when I mentioned it. Fair. Invert. Invert. Nearly got it. And lock. Nearly there. Okay. Slera. Come on, clean up. like that. And zoom in, grab colors. Okay, and that. I should probably be adding these as I'm going. Yeah, hold up. I need to be adding these to my swatches. Add. Add. Okay. And make that small. Something like that. Okay. Immediately, we've got different vibes to work with. Like, vastly different vibes to work with as soon as we add color into the equation. Yep, that definitely changes the picture. And behind that, I want to add in the wings quickly as well. The wings are like such. Add, and I want to just go change color name, call that wings so I can't mess up. Okay, and grab that. And change name to hair so that I can't mess it up. Okay. Because otherwise I will get lost. Okay, and call this wings. Okay, grab here. Approximately that shape. All right, and duplicate and clear and rasterize. And 40. because that's the opacity of Rake and Wings, is 40. Then next layer, like that. Rasterize, 40, merge down. There we go. Drop that inside the base. Okay, that'll do. We now have color context. And can now see that the blue-white looks wrong. We can now see that the blue-white does not look right. So we need to change that to a cream. So we're going to go for somewhere between orange and yellow, and 40 seems to be the right color for the job. So there you go, and we lock everything that is white, and we go fill. No, undo, because now that was too yellow. So what we're going to instead do is we're going to grab those colors and we're going to go tonal correction, use saturation luminosity. We're going to go nope. Where is the yellow side? There, yes, okay. But we're going to dial up or dial down the saturation a bit more. So if that's completely grey, we don't want it to be completely. But that's definitely a warmer off-white, and I'm liking that better. So we're going to grab that new color. 45, 2% and 93%. So, and then we're going to go replace that accordingly. And then replace that accordingly and drag that down and replace accordingly again. And go to our waistcoat and fill. And now it's a warm grey, not a cold grey, and now it fits better. Gooey! That was a roundabout. But okay. Now the contemplation is, do I want this to actually stay grey? Or do I want to start introducing the red on the waistcoat? Or do I want to rather go with... Let me do this. Duplicate waistcoat, empty it. Let's go gloves. They're sort of gloves. I'm not entirely sure that I like them being completely red, but I do like the idea of having some red on them. Now, just thinking about functionality here, because there can actually be functional logic behind this as well, actually, now that I'm looking at it. And having my art glove on at the same time. Because why? He is an administrator. He's a Marcus. Therefore, it would be at least a little bit beneficial to have something for his hands so that he doesn't end up with paper and ink smudges all over the back of his hands all the time, right? So we can use this to actually design the gloves to be functional, right? So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna lock that opacity. We're gonna grab our red, right? And we're gonna fill. And now what we're gonna do is we're gonna grab the pinky area and the back of the hand over there and leave that alone and cut out everything else, right? So that gives some functional purpose to form, which also means that instead of being bland the whole way through, we can actually have this red stripe that goes all the way up to the top over there, right? Gives it some sense of purpose. We like things that have a sense of purpose to them. Duplicate again, but this time we're going to empty it. And we're going to grab our white again. To break up the grey, right? I have joined the Mist Guard! Yay! Welcome, Krahazik! Thank you for joining the Mist Guard! Woohoo! Greatly appreciated. Welcome in. Sincerely, sincerely appreciated. It's good to have you on board. Key. All right. No. Okay, the perspective is beating me a little bit there, but it's fine. It's fine. It's just kind of one of the things that you gotta deal with, is perspective. But I think I'm being daft here. Firstly, why was I trying to do that with the lasso tool when that made no sense? And secondly, that works a lot better. Okay. Now over here. Indication of our seams and fingers splits. Right, there we go. Progress. Okay. So that's interesting, I think, hopefully. Right, now this waistcoat. Let's see how it looks in red instead of white, of grey. Let's see how it looks in red instead of grey. I think it might be too much. I think it's too much. Okay, let's go with the grey for now. We can introduce the red a little bit later down the line. What I want to do is just get this the right shape up here. Like so, great. That'll do. And I liked what I had over here, where it was more to the one side. Even though here it went up a lot higher. So let's see what I can achieve with that idea. Firstly, let's just bring the waistband of this thing down a bit more. Because I don't want it to be... I don't want it to leave the top of the trousers exposed. I feel like that looks a little bit cheap. And we're not aiming for cheap. We're aiming for the exact opposite of cheap. Just allowing for our specialized anatomy. Right, there we go. So then here that will naturally want a continuation line on this side to meet up here, otherwise it's going to look a little strange. And for symmetry, it will want a partner on the opposite side. And it looks like it will also want buttons, and I think the buttons are going to be gold in this instance. Why? Because our colors are white and gold for the Whitacres in general. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to chop this up into 2 layers, because otherwise I'm going to have a tough time with this. And cut, and paste, and hide. Let's just fix this. We're literally doing the tailoring here. Okay. That makes sense. That makes sense now. Right, and on the opposite side. I'm just gonna flip this over so that I can see. There we go. That shape is a lot better. All right. So far, so good. Lock opacity. Lock opacity. Let's see. Hide the buttons. Ooh. Two-tone, my friend. I love garments that have multiple colors of fabric and the same piece of clothing. Oh man. Two-tone is so my friend. And I'm very likely going to try and see if I can actually apply a gradient to the trousers as well, maybe. Or if not a gradient, at least maybe some nice detailing in the grey as well. Just to make them a little bit more interesting, because at the moment they're suffering typical dress pants problems. But that is looking a lot better already. Nice. Now, the decision is, Do I give this waistcoat a lapel or not? But if I do, I think I'm gonna give it one that doesn't actually have any tabs. I think let's try that. In our grey. Please tell me I named that correctly. Yes, I did. Okay. So, first things first, we're gonna grab like such. Cool. And add a little bit more mass over there. Like so. Nice. Nice, nice. Alright, and trim this away into a nice shape. Yes, okay. That works. And then on this side, we flip it over, grab you. I had it almost perfect on the first try. Gasp. But almost perfect is in fact not perfect, so oh dear. Okay, and then also come on, catch up with me. I'm scrolling in. A little bit more. Come on. Where are you? Okay, while it's catching up with us, I am going to quickly go and acquire coffee. Caffeination is now in order. It is now coffee time! So, I will be back in just a moment. Hopefully by the time we're back, I will actually be able to continue editing this lapel. And yeah, see you all in a moment. Let me just check that there's not a hidden dialogue again. Nope, no hidden dialogues. It's just being stubborn. Okay, be right back. See you in just a tick. Yeah? have returned. I have returned, this time bearing coffee. Woohoo! Alright, so everyone, let's acquire our nearest safe for consumption beverages. And let's take a sip. Yes, coffee. Good stuff. Exactly the right thing for 3 in the morning. Or 2:30 in the morning. Alright. We were over here. Alright. Like that will do the trick. Lock capacity. Lock capacity. And I'm tempted. I want to see what this is going to look like. Right, let's do a full in the red. And a full in the red. And let's introduce another hue or another shade. Let's actually try that sort of a rusty color. I like that. I like that a lot. Okay, but I'm still not happy with the shape on the other side. Now that I'm looking at it, it doesn't look like the right volume. Come on, nearly there, nearly there. And full. I like it. It's subtle, but it still brings a little bit of extra variation in it. Okay. I like that. I'm going to do the same on the gloves, on the red of the gloves. I feel like it adds something. There we go. Now, what in the blazes is happening here? Okay, got it. Yes. That works. That works. So now we need to see this is going to be like such, okay. And I'm gonna use starboard side as our foundation. So let's look at our back view. All right. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to, like we said earlier, if you have a back panel, you want to do something interesting with it, because otherwise what on earth are you even doing? So grab a back panel. There we go. Like such. Ooh, I know what I'm gonna do here. I know what I'm going to do here. Add some dynamic to the back. Which doesn't hide the shirt. Or this lovely gem that we decided that we wanted to put on our suspenders. Right? Okay. And then what we're going to do is we're going to grab that. not got this trimmed correctly. Come on, flip. Nearly there. Good. There we go. That'll work. And then grab our metal color again. I was going to use gold. Apply a leaf motif over here. Something like that, okay. And then let's add a tassel. Why? Because we can! Do you need any other reason when you're trying to display opulence than other than because you can? No, you do not. And it's an interesting cut for someone that's got wings, right? It's different. It gives this lot at the top here purpose. Nice. Yes! Awesome. Okay. So now we can look at this. Okay. And add our gradient to the bottom here. His wings look like they're easier to work around than my own. Yeah, they have the advantage of not having the long fleshy membrane going down the length of the back. But they don't have any joints along their length, so they are either open or closed, basically. They've got very... How can I phrase this? They have a little bit of a bony structure for about the first upper arm length, so about... how long? Yeah. For about the first so long on the upper bony structure, there is a bony support. But from there on, all structural integrity is provided by vascularity. Because they basically use the same kind of insect-type protein and liquid hydraulics to power flight and wing rigidity. So pump blood into the wings and they get stiff. Otherwise, they're slightly floppy, but like 400 GSM paper type floppy. Not like tissue paper. Like card. Thick card. Not quite enough to hold a person on, but still kinda rigid. Yeah. The more someone is an active flyer, the more rigid their wings are generally going to be. So, like, Russet doesn't fly much. He has pretty soft wings. Like, if you don't need to fly a lot in their culture, having kind of loose and flowy wings is almost seen as, okay, this is a person who doesn't need to do activity, and therefore, okay, this person is probably someone higher up the social hierarchy. But someone like Lark, who flies literally every day, his wings will be a lot stiffer even when they are not in their active flying state, right? So, yeah, let's say Lark has got, when his wings are in their loosest, they're probably going to be like really thick card. Russets, they're a little bit more like printer paper. Russet's wings are like printer paper stuff. But then you get the mad lads who have the kind of control to be able to limit the amount of blood flow to their wings in order to mimic someone of higher station, even though they've actually got the strength to use them with the same kind of stamina and dexterity as someone who uses them every day. Now, those ones are scary. Those ones are usually spies. Those ones are usually spies. And that takes a lot of training to do, to be able to actually limit that blood flow. because they're usually trying to mimic someone of a higher rank so that they can get information of certain quality. But at the same time, they need to be able to hightail it out of there pretty effectively. So, yeah. Yes, spies. They're a thing. I imagine getting hit in the wings would not be pleasant. No, it wouldn't. It really wouldn't. I imagine it would be not entirely different from... I suppose... biting your cheeks, maybe? It would be a... as far as loose membrane of tissue comparison. Although probably they wouldn't have as many nerve endings, now that I'm thinking about it. Because they need the vascularity, but they don't actually need to necessarily feel much. Like, there'll be minimal nerve endings just so that you can kind of get a sense of, okay, how is the airflow going, right? For dexterity purposes, but I don't think that they'd have a lot of nerve endings. Because then they're just going to get really cold really quickly. Which also explains why they primarily reside in tropical regions, is because of the heat venting that goes with having that massive surface area of high vascularity. How did we end up going from design work to Fae anatomy? Because we need the Fae anatomy and the foot of the design work to work. That's why. Okay, so that's the waistcoat. Mostly there. What I want to check is over here. Next one up. Speaking of getting hot or cold, with such thin membranes, the thermal transfer would be high. Yeah, it would be. So either we're talking about actual blood, or we're talking about a bespoke fluid system that is an entirely separate circulatory system from the blood and lymph. I love how random things get brought up when you just keep talking. Yeah. It's fun. It would also depend on how thin the membranes are. If it's too thin, then having blood pass through the veins would be very inconvenient. Yeah. Yeah, no, there has to be enough depth mass. There definitely has to be enough depth mass. Which is why even in their unstressed state, they do have some opacity as well. A separate system would have the advantage of limiting critical blood loss in the event of wing damage. This is true. This is true. So I think it's highly likely, actually, that they would have a separate wing fluid bladder and circulatory system to handle that. Consistency-wise, it would probably be kind of similar to the lymph, just without white blood cells. Kinda. Basically a saline solution. Because why? It doesn't need anything more. Although I suppose if it's got some sort of a thickening agent in there as well, that would help increase the rigidity. Although it would make it more difficult to pump into the wings at the beginning of the flight cycle as well, so trade-offs. I imagine expanding your wings too fast and getting lightheaded. Whoops. I don't think that the hardening of your wings and the movement of the wings should be connected in that way. Like, I'd imagine that there'd be a separation in the fluid passing to the rings to keep them stiff, and the fluid being used to actually control the movement. Those two systems, I'd imagine, would also be separate. Because if we consider that within each hub, there'd be a muscle group around, or some muscle groups around a couple of hydraulic bladders specifically for controlling which direction the wings are moving in. So antagonistic pairs of wing bladders, basically, to control muscle movement. I would definitely consider that separate from the structural wing bladder to actually get fluid stuck in the wings to keep them stiff. But I will definitely be reading up more on how insect wings function to be able to finalize that anatomy for the deep lore. Okay, so that's pretty much working. Now I want to look at this collar, because I've not yet got a shirt collar going on here, and I feel like we're missing something. Let's see. Okay, Osman, what do you want? Let's see. I'm thinking. I'm thinking. In terms of evolutionary or the way that clothing evolves over time, I almost wonder if this wouldn't actually create a little bit of a mantle underneath. Between the collar and the waistcoat. I'm experimenting here, but we're not going to necessarily keep it as is. We're just checking it out, seeing how it looks. Now, the reason for this would probably be because with a sleeveless design, it's highly likely that a species of flyers would catch cold in the air while flying. So while they may not necessarily want a attached sleeve, they might want something to cover the shoulders in flight, which would result in a couple of options for separate scarf and neck-mounted mantle pieces in order to cover the shoulders and provide a little bit of extra warmth. Which, given the context of nobility, would eventually adapt into a more decorative piece to perform the same function, which is what I'm experimenting with here. It's reminiscent of the more commoner's attire in that way. But expresses a lighter weight material that suggests that, yes, we are exuding decency, but we can be fancy about it. It doesn't need to be 100% practical. So while is that Claret as a child or a sister? It is Claret as a kid. You're 100% right there, Zany. Hello. You're 100% right. That's precious. Oh, yay. Goal achieved. Garments that scream, "Hi, I'm from the self-important class." Yes, exactly. Sort of like a cravat, which is evolved from a scarf, if I'm not mistaken, that was supposed to help keep you warm and also keep your collar from chafing, back in the days of tunics. But I'm not a fashion historian, don't take my word for it. Then there's my species, we don't bother with garments at all. Yep. I mean, you only will use what you need, right? I mean, it makes sense in various contexts. So, you do what makes sense for your own kind, right? Because Krahazik's argument is exactly the same as Ronin's. His people also don't need garments. Why? Because it's drag underwater. It would actually be a disservice to them. So they don't bother. They also don't have fire, which means a lot of normal things generally don't happen. If it makes sense, it makes sense. Okay. And then there would be one more layer underneath here, I think. Let's just be real. There would probably be some sort of a lace trim on this. I am not going to bother with... actually I should. I should probably bother with this. I have a brush for this, don't I? I have a brush. I have a default brush, which is an even better brush. Clothing. Category. Default lace brush. Now let's see, how big is it? A little bit big. Let's dial that down to 30 and see how big that is. Viable. Yeah. Because who says a gentleman can't wear lace, right? If it is doing the job. Also, lace would be expensive because it would need to be handmade. So that also screams opulence. Okay. Then that is the back section. That's the front section. That's the mantle. Let me just name that accordingly. Come on. Okay, duplicate that, empty it. Let's try that again. But with a little bit more consideration this time for what I'm actually doing. There we go. Texture detail. Unless hide. Unless what I want to do instead is grab pattern of sorts. Let's use this. Okay, and let's uncheck that thing which tells Nozomu, hello, hello, welcome in, good to see you. Hello, hello. Let's separate that. How are you doing? It's good to see you. It's been a small eternity. I've been hauling art materials lately. I have been noticing the art material hauls. They have been impressive. Actually, no. What I want is undo, undo, undo. I want to do this way. I want to do it this way. And I want to go, Really? Really? No. I want only this one selection. Ack! There we go, that's the one I wanted. And we want only... only that way. Yes. Okay. Now let's line this up. Almost got this, almost got this. There we go. And delete that because it's wrong. And apply mask. There we go, that's better. And come over here and just liquefy this a little bit more. Not with the mask. There we go. Getting there, getting there. And then that gets merged down. Edit. brightness to opacity, I believe. Yes. And edit. Reverse gradient. There we go. This, we're going to reduce the opacity. Let's see. Am I going to regret that? Absolutely. Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that. It doesn't make sense. Never mind that then. Okay. How do I feel about the squares though? How do I feel about those squares though? I don't like them. I'm gonna get rid of them. I don't like them. Alright. Original plan it was then. Classic case of first idea was best idea. Right. But what I will do is I will go back here to our frills and make that half size. And put those on either side. Because that makes sense. If I can just do it right. Let's just hide the waistcoat layers. I'm gonna put these in groups now because I'm losing my mind. Come on. Waist coat, like so. There we go. Good night. And now I can see how badly I messed up my lines, and now we try that again. Like that. There we go, there we go, there we go, there we go, there we go. Making progress. Hi, hello, hello. Been a while. How's stream coming along? It has been a while, Hype, but it's a wonderful thing to see you. Welcome in. Stream has been going pretty well so far, thankfully. We are working on some Mystehaven stuff for a change. So we got some sponsored hours to work on it from Zany. So we're busy working on the character designs for Claret's parents. So Claret is the Marchioness from Fort Mystehaven. So technically she's my boss. And we're currently working on refining her dad's character design because he is actually going to feature in at least 2 POVs of Project Mystehaven itself. So we need to know what these people look like. And so far, so good. Designing fancy clothes for a species with wings. Has some differences. The Mystehaven lore is going to go crazy. I hope so. I really, really hope so. I have been working on it with great enthusiasm. And I really, really, really hope that you guys are going to enjoy it when you finally get to see it. Because I kid you not, I am really looking forward to everyone's responses to this madness that I've been working on. And which now both Eldritch Breed and Krahazik have joined me in the production of it, because they're assisting with different parts behind the scenes. And I am infinitely grateful for them for that. So we are working hard on actually getting it to the point where we'll have stuff to show. I'm doing my best and sorry for the delays. Don't apologize for the delays, Bread. You literally only got this sprung on you like a week ago, basically. I would not expect you to have moved mountains in that amount of time. It feels like it was a week ago anyway. You must remember, I am also in for a long haul of slow things to do, so we've got a whole bunch of parts of the process that all take forever to get right and get done. And we take it one step at a time until we get something that works, right? More like a month or two, but it's been a lot of... Oh, I can't physically sit at the desk right now. Okay, well, let's just be fair. The last month or two have been crazy. The last month or two have been crazy. And as you can obviously tell, my sense of time is not the most reliable on the face of the planet. So yeah, no one's going to hold anyone here to unrealistic ideals of timelines for things. Once again, this is all for love and portfolio. Haven't even touched the main keep yet? Yeah, On mine, I only have a small portion of the building's exteriors designed. Yeah. Like, I'd honestly not even bother with much of the interior work at this point, because most of it I don't even think for the small buildings we're probably going to even see the interiors of some of the smaller buildings. Like, we might need to populate 1 or 2 shops' interiors, but we'll figure that out closer to the time. Speak to yourself. I excel at holding myself to insane timelines. In my opinion, I should have already finished products I don't even know exist yet. Ah, that's fair. That's fair. We are all our own worst critics in that regard. Okay, waistcoat on again. Alright. Which means now there will actually be cause once again for the throat brooch. Alright. But this one, I feel like its outline weight can be less. Yes, that one's outline weight can be less. At least 3 of my ships should be done already. Oh. Yeah. We know them feels. I feel like I should have finished way more stuff by now as well. But we are at where we're at, right? Also, speaking of ships, which reminded me of liquid, it is time for our hydrate. So everyone, let's acquire our nearest safe for consumption beverages and take a sip. The coffee is cold. The coffee is cold. I did not have a single sip of it while it was warm after I made it at 2:30, which was now an hour ago. Whoops. Whoopsie. Alright, so let's actually use our hydrate timer again. There we go. And now here, what I want to do is I want to grab this and just kind of nudge this up. Just a smidge like that. No! And release, undo. Release. Okay. Release. Undo. There we go. I think I have like 4 scripts for stuff that I'm just... No, now is not the right time for this one. Ah, yes. I know that feeling very well. I should probably sleep, or I could play some video games. Decisions. Ah, yes, the things that you can decide about being irresponsible about when it's not a school night. Or a day before work. I don't know. But yes, people generally have much more in terms of options for how to be irresponsible when you don't have to concern yourself with what you're doing in the next morning. But okay. Waistcoat is now matched up there better. I will fill in on the rear view in a bit. So the next thing is going to be... I've done this even if I have work tomorrow. Oh boy. Good luck, Alex. Good luck, Alex. Let me just compartmentalize this because I'm going slightly mad. I should probably try to get some sleep as well. Been rather hard with this head here. Oh, are you ill? Oh my dear. So nice to pop in again and see you working hard as usual. Oh, Thank you for popping in, Hype. I have been struggling a little bit with computer breakages, so I'm now drawing on Linux, which was not on the game plan for this month. It was on the game plan for like maybe September, October maybe, but definitely not this month until my OS melted. So, yeah. I'm glad to be able to work again, given everything. Ay, ay, ay. Craziness. Craziness. But we work on. But yes, rest well. I hope that you come right. And September almost exactly the same, right? Yeah, almost. Yeah. It's messy. It's messy. My sense of time is a mess. Good night. Oy, oy, oy. Okay. So that is the outfit. I was wondering what that unnamed layer was. Okay. Now, above the collar, duplicate, empty. Put it in a group and choose gold. Let us look at putting together some articles of highly expensive earthworks. There we go. And carve this nicely again. Okay, This is not the right brush for the job. Nearly there. I feel kind of stupid when it comes to designing jewelry, but you only get good at a thing that you do more of, right? Although I don't think this is the right shape for this one. I don't like this. I don't like it. I think this one wants to be something different. Clear it, try it again. Okay. I have an idea. I have an idea. An asymmetrical one. The thing knows what it wants to be. Why should we argue? Exactly. Okay. Start. Note to self, I'm definitely going to need to separate out the layers of this piece. In order for it to make sense. Sam, hello, welcome in. How's it going? It's going pretty well, thank you. Thank you for dropping by. How are you doing? Yep, that is indeed what I wanted for this brooch. That is what I wanted for this brooch. Our fancy fairy is getting fancier. Woohoo! Doing well, just got back home from a little weekend trip with Eve and some family. Ah, nice! Oh, that is stunning. I'm glad if you had a chance to take a break. That's always a good thing. One day is one day I'd like to take a break that isn't because something broke. But hey, I'll have to earn it. Yeah, and I have tomorrow off from work as well. Good. A work day off before getting back into the grind. Yes. That is absolutely a necessity. Goodness alone knows that you need a recovery period after traveling. Oh, man. You've already earned 5. Yeah, well, I can't afford to take any yet. We'll get there. We'll get there eventually. How goes work on the lore? In terms of the writing side of things, we are currently still in the assembly phase with getting everyone's plots sorted out for our 9 POVs. What we're currently working on is one of the characters that is going to appear in no less than 2 of them. Because there are at least 2 people who have been in Fort Mystehaven long enough to have known this guy while he was still alive. It's not a spoiler that he is no longer around by the time plot happens, because by the time plot happens, I've been talking about Claret as the Marchioness, since we adopted her. So it's kind of not a surprise to anyone that the previous Marcus and Marchioness as well are no longer around. It's not really much of a stretch of the imagination, so I don't consider it much of a spoiler. But they do appear, at the very least, in early parts of at least 2 of our POVs, for the people who have been around longer. One of them is a resident of Fort Mystehaven from birth, and the other one is... yeah, this guy's been dead on arrival since Claret's arrival. Yeah, kinda. That's legit what happened. The other has been around for 8 years. The other person has been in Fort Mystehaven for 8 years. So, yeah. Those are the 2 that I know of that definitely had, at the very least, seen this man in the flesh. But I am definitely going to get a family portrait painted by someone, featuring Russet and Regina and Claret when she was a little kid as well, because that is something that I do actually want to incorporate into Claret's office when comes the time to do that part of the environment modeling, to actually have the family portrait in her office, because I think it would be really important. So truly backstory world building stuff, yeah, definitely. And at the same time, this is acting as a very useful reference for how to construct the noble attire for this group of people who are the native sentient sapient species on the planet where Project Mystehaven takes place. So, if they're not a fairy, they're all aliens. I am not a fairy, therefore I am an alien. And yeah, so I need to know what the general structure of fancy attire is, because Claret is not the only one who's going to make an appearance. I'm pretty sure that in at least one POV, there might be brushing shoulders with at least one external force as well. So, we need to know how people dress, so that when we comes time to deal with those antagonists, I can design them more easily too. But I'm still busy doing a lot of the writing. Obviously, I've not yet gotten those set. Would those people be the ones who built the original keep? No. The constructors of the original keep will all be long dead by the time plot happens. The keep is as new a construction as the rest of the fort. The oldest building in Fort Mystehaven is the Whitacre estate. And literally the rest of the city was built around the Whitacre estate in the last 100 years. Kind of crazily quickly. That's how you know it's a good building. The builders are all dead. Yeah, no, they were... They are not around. Their descendants are the rarekin, the fairy people we call the rarekin, because they are the people that inhabit Bavenria, which is the name of the continent. But species-wise, or was the people aliens? It was a mix. It was a mix. It was kept largely under wraps, but it was a mix. With the advent of the mists and the things that came out of the mists, Mistmarch kind of went into a little bit of a state of social retreat, if we can phrase it that way, from the rest of the kingdom. And without giving too much away, other territories within the kingdom got suspicious. And with that, politics happens, right? And people who want to weaponize what exists beyond what they've got the capacity to control, naturally. And that may or may not be one of the things that needs to be worked around in the entire madness of trying to make sure that Mystehaven does not fall. Just thinking, architecturally, a species with wings might design their buildings a bit differently from, say, base humans. Yeah, they under normal circumstances would, except that most of Fort Mystehaven has been designed with the fact that not all of their residents have wings as one of the major considerations. Yeah. Also, one of the things that is a notable point for this species... Every balcony is also a front door? Yeah. One of the notable traits, though, is that this species does not have a natural predator on the planet. Right? They do not have a nemesis natural predator on the planet. So, unlike some of the other worlds that I'm writing, or have got on hiatus at the moment because I'm focusing on Project Mystehaven, unlike some of the other worlds, these guys are not in as frequent risk of being eaten on a continental scale. So they're kind of their own worst threats, much as humans are on Earth. And then the mists arrived. Yeah. Yes. It wanted to be a swan. And yes, there is lore behind that. I'm not going to tell you what. Okay, next is going to be the Cape. Next is the Cape. Fun fact, of the worlds where I have written that people have natural predators that eat them regularly, Yes, I have more than one of those worlds. And yes, they happen in the same universe. So, expect some species crossovers with stuff that you've not yet seen flow from my proverbial pen. Yeah. It's fun. Also, that is a hydrate, so everyone, let's acquire our nearest safer consumption beverages and sip our proverbial tea to go with the law, right? Alright. The coffee is cold, I'm getting rid of it. One moment, please. Two of my fictional species come from a continent where they are certainly not the apex predator of the continent. Yeah. It does something to how you develop as a culture. That's for sure. Clear that. Alright. Grab white. Two of which have through commissioning. Two of which I've thought of commissioning you for fresh ref sheets. Ooh, so species refs. Interesting. Interesting. I'm thinking of mine, and technically my eldritch creatures have no natural predators. Unnatural predators? They have a few. Oh dear. The continent in question is known as the dangerous land. Is known as the most dangerous landmass on the planet. Ooh, fun. Alright, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to start with the back of the cape. And then we're going to move forwards. Okay, so first things first. Fill in that. Because that shows the transparency, translucency on the back, on the wings there. Okay, starting point. Also, it gives me a sense of the angle for the rest of this madness. Okay? Then we're gonna have one of those. And one of those. Okay. Nice. There we go. A bit of lore. One of the predatory animals has a name that makes it sound like a plant because the explorers that discovered it thought it was a plant at first. You know what? That makes total sense. That makes total sense. Misclassed fauna is a vibe. Happens to the best of us, and also those explorers. Ambush predictor. Ooh. Yeah, that definitely sounds like it could be mistaken for a plant. Looks like a plant, smells like a plant, very predatory. Ah, our favorite kinds of flora. Those with teeth. The continent has several flavors of those that are ingenuine plants. That must make the resident botanists quite frustrated. Okay, this is in fact the correct layer. Great. Now, like so. Come on. Okay, and then I'm gonna use the same layer for the Yes, that's the right size. You know what? What is going on here? That is not gonna fly. Mapping pen. Yeah. 50. Ay, that's also not gonna fly. Never a substitute for a good hard round brush, right? Okay. Duplicate, empty. Nearly got this. Trim that down a little bit more. Like that. Okay. Something like that. And over here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a cutout. of a rose motif. It's not really looking like a rose at the moment, but it's fine. It sells this idea. I gotta go take a shower and get to bed. Eva's really tired, so we're gonna try sleep a bit early tonight. That sounds like a really solid plan. Go and rest. Thank you so much for dropping by. I really appreciate it. And yeah, have fun. We shall hopefully soon have more interesting things to show and share as well, so yay. So we are now 4.5 hours into the 5 hours that Zany sponsored. Wow, they're going away so fast. Wow. So we need to sponsor more time. Gotcha. Please do sponsor more time. Time sponsored. Specifically, that'll go into the next upcoming months. Will help me be able to focus more on Project Mystehaven and not need to rush after commissions quite so much. So if you do sponsor Mystehaven hours, it keeps me fed and being able to keep on working on this at the same time. So I will not say no to sponsored Mystehaven hours. I will not ever say no to sponsored Mystehaven hours. You can choose whether you'd like to sponsor Mystehaven hours for illustration, like what we're doing at the moment, or for writing, which would be really helpful, or also for the 3D modeling. That is now also opened up as well, because I've got to start, working on modeling characters. Kind of in a hurry. But, as always, please only support within your means. I do not want to be responsible for getting anyone into debt. It's scary and sucks. Have a good one. Rest well when you get to it. Alright, thank you so much. Time to take out a loan. Don't take out any loans. Alright, Sam. Rest well. Night night. I love how Ruigti has just kind of become our thing. I don't need all my kidneys. If I'm not mistaken, even losing one kidney is enough to get you on weekly dialysis, so please do not sell your kidneys. And weekly dialysis sounds like awful. My heart goes out to everyone who actively needs it, because that does not sound like fun. I mean, who said it was my kidneys? Alex. No. Whatever you're thinking, no. I know you guys mean well, and are probably talking in jest, probably. But still, let's be responsible. I donate 1 kidney and I'm a hero, but if I donate 27 kidneys, I'm called a serial killer by the media. Yes, please do not do that. Please do not do that. Just no. Like, unless you happen to work in the medical field and have made a breakthrough in lab growing organs using someone's own tissue samples, and having passed all necessary legal clinical trials and tests, please do not donate organs that are not yours. Because I've heard of lab growing new organs out of someone's own tissues, and that makes sense to me because that's the one way that you're less likely to have, you know, rejection. But yeah, the sooner we can get away from needing organ donations in the world of medicine, I think the better a lot of people's lives are going to be. And the smaller the black market for human trafficking is probably going to be as well, which sounds amazing. I mean, technically, we're close to cloning kidneys from pig kidneys. Yeah. I just need to get the methodology right so that they can start actually using people's own tissues. And, you know, cultivate the replacement organs in a way that is timelessly viable. I mean, it's one of the reasons why stem cell research is one of the big things out there, right? It's a very interesting thing. They found out how to keep the kidney shape, but flushing out all the pig DNA while putting in human DNA. Now that is a little bit tricky to believe. Unless they're doing something with a retrovirus to do DNA transplantation, because that's literally what viruses do, is replace host DNA with their own. Yeah. Medicine is messy. Really messy. Okay, next one. I leave messing with pig guts to the experts, that is, advanced medical research surgeons and butchers. Yes, two very different kinds of professionals, but professionals in their craft all the same. I just looked it up. They didn't have much luck on this field. It was too unstable, so they went with gene therapy instead in the pigs. Yeah, that makes sense. Like, growing an entire organ and then trying to do genetic transplantation afterwards, It is a little bit flopsy. I would expect it to be easier to just grow the right kind of organ for the right organism in question from scratch than trying to change the species of a fully grown organ. They're doing human trials since 2025? Okay. Interesting. Okay. butchers and surgeons being closer than you like to think. Yeah, that's true. Both need to know the anatomy explicitly well. The one just doesn't need to put it together again afterwards. I could send the link talking about it in general. Let me think about this real quick. I don't know if this is a general appropriate topic. Let's make a create channel. Let's call this one Science Articles. Alright, next, make it verified, create channel, there. So under the social tab, there is now a Science Articles channel. I love how we went from talking about loans to taking out loans to taking out kidneys. Yes. They are quite close. Found it? Awesome, awesome. So yeah. Science articles. I feel like for those of us in this sphere, it seems like an appropriate interest sharing channel. I'm surprised we didn't have it sooner, honestly. Considering half of what's in the video sharing thing. But yeah. Did I have anything here yet? No, I was still working on it. Okay. It's easier to make it bigger than what we need it, and then trim it down. Like that. Come on, almost got you. Ugh. Why are you being stubborn? Okay, good enough. That's funny. I got a short from you, and it was the drawing from the first stream I saw. Oh, wow. That's awesome. Which drawing was that? I've been curious for a while. I forgot how exactly it was that you stumbled upon us here. Because I honestly couldn't remember. Because I know Zany was a Snow Fable connection, and I think Braid was as well. fable. Vaguely I get that sense, but I can't remember 100%. The small lady holding the taser during the subathon. Ah, yes! Fred's character figurine. Ah, yes! I was curious at the start of the week, so I went through the streams trying to find it as well. Ah, awesome! Okay! Yeah, I mod for Fable. Okay, and found you when you had her on a meet and greet thing. Okay, so that was still way back then? Why did I think it was... Wow, that was way... That was way earlier than I expected. Okay. Okay, now I'm piecing things together. Okay. I can't believe figurine with a taser led to a good connection. I can 100% believe it. Oh, that's brilliant. I love knowing the connections. Ah. To be fair, I've seen the hype in a lot of different streams and I didn't know he knew you, so I thought it's such a small world. Okay! Yeah, it's crazy how the circle is connected. That's interesting. That is very interesting. I've been around here for a while, but a long period of lurking and being quiet because I wasn't used to YouTube. Ah, that makes sense. That makes total sense. That makes total sense. Okay. I feel like many of the universe's mysteries have suddenly been resolved. Like, this is on the same level as realizing what the universe is and why it exists. Type level of depth of understanding has suddenly befallen us, I feel, this day. And yes, it has spontaneously been replaced by something infinitely more mind-boggling and weird. Oh man, I should probably hit the save button in response to this before something breaks. So this is gonna be reset. This is a save as. Whoops. Yeah, honestly, I was very shocked when I saw hype. He's everywhere. Oh my word, yeah. Yeah, like, don't worry, this is just the save screen. This is just the save screen. Because I'm on Linux now, it just looks different. And I have to save to a temp folder because, Linux. I have to save to a temp folder because Linux, and then as soon as I've hit the save as button and close things down, I move it to where it actually lives for future referencing. I thought it was a debug thing that popped up. Yeah, no, I get you. I get you. This is going to be Russet Ref. Create. I thought that was the debug thing that popped up. Yeah, the debug thing looks like that. This is the terminal. This is the terminal. And waha, I was clever when I named the box. A lot more official, yes. Very much more official. I have gotten a little bit used to using this. I think it's the fastest I have ever actually committed a password to memory, is for the sudo commands. But yeah, it's crazy. I can't read anyway, so I couldn't even read what it was called, even if I wanted. Yeah. Aside from the text being ridiculously small on the 4K monitor that is my graphics tablet, and that going into a 1080p stream, yeah, it's just, I find it small and I've got my face like not enough inches away from my screen. So I can imagine that it would be difficult to read for anyone else. But yeah, my PC is called Streamer PC. Haha. Because foresight. But okay, we're getting there. So, one thing that I determined that I wanted to do, and I'm just going to come back here to this one and just hit the save button as well. I swear I'm dyslexic or something. Also, whoever come up with a spelling of it needs to be asked why he hates people. Yes, it's like that one... I forget what it's called, the phobia for the people who are afraid of palindromes. Where it's spelled the same forwards as backwards, and then the phobia is a palindrome. Oh, honestly, it's sadistic. Who names these things? Have you seen the phobia for fear of long words? Inserts entire alphabet times 3 here. Quick question, what kind of music tracks do you think you'll want? Just villages, barracks, battle and nature tracks, or character tracks too? I've not talked to my friend yet, I just want to cover my bases for potential questions he may have. Yeah, at the moment, it's probably going to be a little bit of a spread, because it is something that is going to take place in multiple environments, and I will have a better grasp of it once I've gotten more of the script down. I do want a character theme for each of our main player characters, and a battle arrangement for each of those main characters. A battle arrangement of their theme, because towards the end, there is a boss fight which is a little bit tailored to them that I've got brewing in the back of my mind. And I feel like it would be really cool to have each POV's character theme play in their tailored boss fight. Fish beat me to it. Yeah, with a really long phobia name for the people who are scared of really long words. To anyone who is watching the VOD, I apologize if you have been triggered. Oh dear. But yeah, so I know that I am definitely going to want at least 18 tracks from that alone. So it's a lot. And that's before we get into a general exploration theme for the mists, a combat in the mists, mist portal going into expulsion phase, which is basically where things explode out of it, literally expulsion phase. That one is going to have its own track. Yeah, it's a lot. So that's why I also want to spread the love a little bit, because I want to tailor what I ask from everyone towards where their strengths lie. So for people who are generally more atmospheric coded, I will probably want to go for things like Mystehaven Market theme, the theme for the Owl and Keg, which is a restaurant, and which is also a Easter egg. You guys know one of the Easter eggs now. Are you surprised? You shouldn't be. Not the longest OST I've heard of. Expedition 33's is 8 hours long. Yeah, we won't talk about the length of the OST for Final Fantasy XIV. I don't know how many albums there are anymore, but it's forever, and I love it. Literally, I had been organically listening to the Final Fantasy XIV OST on shuffle for months, and I had not yet, in an organic way, gotten Papaya on shuffle yet. I don't know how. I had not yet organically gotten Papaya on shuffle. It's insane. And Papaya is one of, like, people know 2 songs. They know Papaya and Shadowbringers. It sounds good. I'll pester him tonight about his original work then. Ooh, fun. Are we talking about all the songs the game has, or just one song? Final Fantasy XIV has been updating for like 10 years. Of course its OST would be long. Yes, of course. Its OST would be hugely long. Yeah. Kind of a little bit of both, Alex. Kind of a little bit of both. Yeah. It's just... It's huge. Like, I expect that, Mystehaven OST... It will have shared elements, obviously, because all of the POVs are going to go through some of the same places. I will need to write this list down that we have been discussing, because goodness alone knows I need to write the list down. Yeah. RuneScape has about 1,200 songs made for it. Wow. See what you did there, Braid. Yes, Braid was very, very clever with that. I am proud of the puns. I am very proud of the puns. So let me write this down. Track list requirements, and I will be editing this. Okay, 9 by character themes, 9 by battle arrangements of character themes. I need to put these in bullets. There we go. There and there. And next one is going to be Mist Portal Expulsion Phase, which is interesting, which is why it gets its own theme. Mist Exploration. Mist Combat. The restaurant. We need Claret's office. That needs to be a theme. We need the commercial district for residents. We need the harbor district. We need probably the admin block. We're gonna need the hospital. Would Claret's office be separate from her theme? Yes, which means that actually that is... let me make a amendment. To that list is POV character themes. I feel like Claret's office would be different from her theme. I don't know if it would be... I don't know if we're going to need variations at this stage, which is why I've just gone it as Claret's office. Claret herself is not a POV character. She's an important character, but she is not a POV character. So at this stage, I don't know how her music is going to tie into things. Claret's office may just well end up being Claret's theme. We shall see. It's the commercial district for residents, the harbor district, the admin block, the hospital. Then is there is that area. That makes the most sense. Yeah, I feel like it would. So it's there. It would be that area. We need the main villain theme. There we go. Claret's office could be a remix of her theme, but more formal sounding. Make a musical distinction between Claret and her acting as a Marchioness. That is a very good point. That is a very good point. Okay, so I'm gonna leave the list there for now. I'm putting it in the appropriate location for that information. It's a lot, and that is not an exhaustive list. So, yes. We're going to need to save up for some music. Do we interact with Claret outside of her office at all? Potentially. Potentially. I am not gonna spoil that, because plot happens. Oh, it's gonna be fun. What I can say is that while Claret is not a POV character, I do want to make her a playable character. So she won't be a POV character, but she will be playable at some stage. Exactly when and how, and for how long, and under what circumstances, I'm not gonna say. But, yes, this is, insert Harrier's scheme emote. Rubs hands together like a devious little fly on remembering all my thoughts on music. Yes. Yes. So yeah, I think we're going to have a little bit of variety going on, because there are some areas that have a very different vibe from others as well. So, and also individual character vibes that are quite different from one another as well. So I do feel like there's going to be a lot of space for a lot of variety in sound. So I really want to spread it out and kind of see what collection of individuals we can afford. And of what we can afford, I'd like to see, okay, where can we play to their strengths? So I want to very much just gather different people's portfolios a little bit, listen to them, ingrain them, see what is going to viably work, and put together an A list and a B list, and from there start saving up. So yeah, that's plans at the moment. But okay, we are almost... Why did I open up Claret's reference sheet again? Oh yes, it's because I was looking at her hair ribbon. I wanted to look at her hair ornament. Because this is going to be a little bit of a recurring motif across the family board. Specifically, it's exactly the same hair ribbon that Regina wears. Oh, don't forget on the song list, a song that's fishing for an award. Okay. And song that will go hard when the flute guy gets his hands on it when he gets to the Game Awards. I'm sorry. You said flute guy, and the first thing that came to mind was Ian Anderson from Jethro Tull going mad on the flute. I'm sorry. Oh dear. Like, I need to link you guys to a song now in the Mystehaven Discord where Ian Anderson goes really, really wild. And not actually with Jethro at all, with someone else. Surprise, surprise. Dun, 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 dun. Please, remind me about Ian Anderson. So, Ian Anderson is a pretty famous flautist from a band called Jethro Tull, who I know from the song Locomotive Breath, which is wild. If you know Locomotive Breath, you have heard Ian Anderson. If you know Locomotive Breath, you have heard your dad's music. Extensively. Enough to know what Locomotive Breath is. There we go. First set. All right. And second one. Good. Okay. Is it this? Next one up? Yes, you. Lock, grab white. There we go. It needed that. And it needs that. No! Don't do the dumb. Release. Thank you. Okay. Next. Okay. Almost got this. Okay, that'll work. And then there was another brooch on the other side. And this one is a little bit more impersonal. Let's make that 10. Okay. And adjust. Like that, okay. Like that. I want to just go glow dodge. And then just give this a little something to work with so that we can actually tell that it's gold. There we go. Keith, hello, hello. Good late evening today, Harrier. Yes, welcome in. Good to see you. When is it? Oh, that's when it is. Oh, that's when we are. Oh. Oh dear. Whoops. Whoopsie. How are you doing? I almost got to the end. No. Okay, let's see if we can get this last brooch in, and then I've got to call it, because otherwise it's going to be irresponsible of me with the stuffs. Oh wow, it's already been 4 hours. I should probably sleep soon. You should. You should. Considering you are like not very many time zones different from me, and need to be functional in your own time zone. So yes, you should probably go sleep, Alex. Oh dear. Whoops. Yeah, we kind of forgot that Alex needs to go sleep. Whoopsie. I mean, at this point, is there a need to sleep? There's always a need to sleep, Alex. I'm doing well, just waiting for a bit for people to get back to so everyone at the house can eat dinner. I see, I see. That makes sense. That makes sense. Well, yes, but I need to be up in 2 hours. Time to down energy drinks, I guess. Oh dear. Oh dear. I wish you strength. I wish you strength, Alex. 'Cause that's... ish. Staying up late isn't the worst decision I've made tonight. Oh dear. I might need it. Oh. Yeesh. Alex, I really hope that you make it through this day at current levels. Without sleep, the body breaks down at a faster rate than with sleep. Yeah. It's not fun. Alex, I wish you enough caffeine to kill a bull elephant twice. Oh dear. Yeah. Ugh, shucks, where did I mess up? Where did I mess up? When did I mess up? Let me see how bad I messed up. It was here. It was here that I messed up. Yes. I might actually need that much caffeine. Ganba. Eek. I wish you strength. That's at this point all I can say. Okay, and with that, we have enough information to at least call Russet mostly done at the 4-hour mark on this particular canvas, which makes it the 5-hour mark out of what Zany has sponsored. There's like 5 minutes left on this, but I don't know what I can reasonably expect to achieve in that time. In terms of figuring out what I can do more interesting on pants or shoes, because we've not touched the shoes yet. So lower half still needs work, back still needs work, but we've at least got 1 out of 2 parents a little bit more thoroughly figured out. I wasn't quite as concerned about Regina because she's actually a lot easier to infer shapes from. Like, I pretty much have this dress designed down, it just needs to be neatened up for reference. Just put those 5 minutes in your pocket, keep doing it every sponsor until they add up into an hour. Well, meh. I think I'll continue working on this offline probably at some point to get it, you know, shipped and ready. I'm not going to reserve working on this until I'm strictly on stream, right? There's some stuff that you just got to put in a couple of minutes here and there as you get a chance for it. So I'll put in those extra 5 minutes to get as part of actually finishing this particular reference. But I feel a lot better about it. So, like, technically, if I'm looking at the other canvas over here, I did put an hour and 53 minutes of my time in already. That's not part of the sponsored hours, because I needed to have at least to this point in order for us to be able to have what we could work on today in stream. So, it kind of balances out already. So, yeah. It wasn't all on stream, but we did manage to get quite a bit in. But if it'll make you guys feel better, I will bank the 5 minutes for additional madness. But yeah. So there we go. We've got Claret's dad. Russet Whitacre. But yeah, Kid Claret and Regina are going to need to wait until next time, methinks. I've still got the drawing of Rex that needs to get finished as well. You do as you wish, but technically we did sponsor it, so you could work on a fashion project. Yeah. Yeah, it's fair. It's fair. We are trying to just be fair on all fronts, I think. What I did discover is that I don't know if you guys remember that first illustration that we worked on with Rex. I can't remember exactly how that illustration came about. I know I was trying for something specific when I drew it. But it turns out that one is now more than a year old. That work in progress is now more than a year old. Ow. That illustration of Rick's archive crawl time. The worst is that the archives aren't even that full, right? The work in progress archive isn't even that full. I've got the Rex illustration, which is the one with the fisheye perspective, with the Rarekin with the tattered wings, holding some whiskey while lounging in an armchair in front of a shelf full of weapons. It's that one. I can't remember how I came about deciding to do that one now that I think about it, but yeah, that one needs finishing. But before I finish that one, I want to redesign Rex's boots because I'm not happy with Rex's boots. I like them being thigh highs, but I don't like their design. I need to revisit that. Rex is also a playable character. Where he fits into the entire picture, you're just gonna have to wait and see. But aside from that, I don't actually... Most of the work in progresses are reference sheets. Yeah, in terms of actual, like, illustrations, there's not much. It's that one that I can think of off the top of my head. But I do also need to do more concept art for various things as well, so that needs to happen. It's just capturing ideas, and the thing with concept art is that it's just basically rough sketches for all of the things that need happening. So concept art is not splash art, which is like what marketing departments sell as concept art, but it's not concept art. It is so not concept art. So yeah, like if anything, the most splash arty concept art is probably my end screen art. Like that has been around for ages now, but like it's probably the most concepty public concept art. Because you see spaceship, you see mist, and you see castle. 3 things that at least 2 out of those go together. Give all my money to Burp. What you can afford, I appreciate, but what you can't afford, please keep it to yourself. Yeah? Sounds like I need to sponsor more hours for more fixes. I'd appreciate that, but please, once again, if you want to throw any support my way, please make sure that it is within your means to do so. Alright? Like I have been saying from the get-go, Project Mystehaven is a huge, huge undertaking. It is going to take all of the hours to do. So, while I sincerely appreciate every little bit of help that goes into making it happen, please make sure that you support responsibly. Okay? That's like major concern, is make sure that you support responsibly, because yes, this is a huge project, but I also do not want to abuse the support that goes into it as well. So yeah. we will make things happen. At appropriate milestones in the progress, we will do appropriate fundraising to get appropriate things in place. Music will happen later. I will let you guys know when the writing is done. Like for now, the writing is like #1 priority to get done, and it's the thing I've not been finding time for the most. Like every now and again, I've been able to squeeze in like an hour of writing, but I think it's been like, aside from that one morning when I couldn't sleep, courtesy Chaos Cat, and I put in 3 hours working on Lark's POV. I think the last time I wrote before then was like a month before, because I just not found the gap for it. It's scary, and I need to really put shoulder to the grindstone on getting all of the bullet points down for how things interact with each other, because only from there will I be able to really get into the nitty-gritty to know what we need to develop on a visual side of things in more detail. So yeah, the writing is like #1 priority for me right now. But we'll get there eventually. All things in their time. Yes, let us head over here. But there we have it, folks. It has been really, really fun. We managed to get a lot done. Our fairy is looking fancy, so I am somewhat satisfied. Like, it looks possibly normal with the cape on, but as soon as the cape comes off, you see, oh, okay, there is the cultural abnormality going on, and I'm happy with that. So all is well on that front. Yeah, I agree, we should give all our money to the burp. Alex. Mistlings, what am I gonna do with you guys? What am I gonna do with you guys? Spoiler alert, I am not loading you into the bad hammers. Yeah, it looks so cool so far. I'm glad. Oh, dang. Accept our money. What you are able to give, I will with gratitude accept, but once again, please, responsibly. I do not at any point want to take any of your support for granted, honestly. You guys blow me away every other day. I still want someone to be flung by those catapults. They will... We discussed the catapults. The catapults are a thing. Okay, okay. Of the... five of us here? 5? Asterisk, question mark, question mark, question mark. 4 of us know of the banhammers. For the one of us who does not know of the banhammers are giant catapults. They were ideated at a time when I thought they were just going to be a stream thing for if I need to ban someone, I'd have a little animation that would pop up with a little catapult, and we'd have the username on a little ball or something, which would get loaded into the catapult and thrown across screen as they get banned. I still want to do that. I still desperately want to do that. I just didn't get a chance to actually put it together. This is every community ever, so you're stuck with us. You guys are amazing. You guys are absolutely amazing. I do not know what... I do not know what I would do without you guys, honestly. You guys are so much fun. That's an amazing idea. Yeah, I still want to do it. I honestly still want to do it. I just need to actually implement get the animation thing done, and somehow get it programmed to actually have the offender's username thrown on the ball. I'm very grateful that we've not had to use the banhammer much. Like, I think on YouTube we've had to do the banhammer thing like twice in the last 2 years, 2.5 years. Which is pretty good, actually. We've not had to use the banhammer much. I am so grateful for that. Thank you. Once again, Miss Lings, you're amazing. So, honestly, it's an idea, but I've not really had to expedite the implementation. Which I'm grateful for. One thing I do know is that when it comes to the... Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Alex. Money. Yeah. I love your sense of humor. I love your guys' sense of humor. You guys are amazing. Yeah. With current donation goal, we are working towards the 3D. It is one of the things that is of equal priority to me as actually doing the writing madness. Keeping in mind that the Harrier 3D model that we are saving up for is not necessarily going to be the same as the in-game model that I still want to build. I do want to build that one myself on account of having some model stylistic consistency between all of the models. So that's the thing that we're working towards. Mr. Krabs' laughter sounds in the distance. I know the character Mr. Krabs, but I can honestly say that it has been more years than I can care to count since I have last actually heard the character. Yikes. I think if I have watched like 3 SpongeBob's episodes However, it would be a lot. So, yeah, that was not part of my childhood. That was not part of my childhood. I know more SpongeBob from GIFs on Twitter than anything else. Bread? Ayo, what? Just fling me with a banhammer when Ria's rude not looking. This is the wrong bribe channel. Oh, that. Bread, you are amazing. Thank you. 6%. Well done, lads. Thank you, Misslings. You guys are awesome. Oh, man. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah. Yes. It's not a bribe, it's just monetary incentive. Yes. I will say that it'll definitely be easier to fling people in a banhammer. It'll definitely be easier to do interesting integrations and things in 3D than in 2D. Yeah, it'll definitely be more viable. Let's phrase it that way. Yeah, there are lots of interesting things that we will be able to do. I just can't wait until I can actually gesture with my hands, because I talk with my hands all the time and it feels so weird not being able to fully properly articulate myself, because half of the nuance of what I'm doing gets lost because my hands are stuck at my sides at the moment. Are we just throwing money now? If you feel like it, Zony, but honestly, it's no pressure. Alex and Braid just had decided that they got the lurgy apparently, and decided to throw some talons at me apparently. So yeah, you do you, Zany. You don't feel pressured. But thank you. Both Bread and Alex for your donations. It goes greatly appreciated. Yes, and God willing, Eldritch possessed baked goods also being thrown. Yes, the bread will be the bread will be tossed. I just had an idea for a minigame. Oh dear, we have to have a bread tossing minigame. We've just got to have a bread tossing minigame, right? It's got to be a thing, right? Head pats for the bread are a thing, and tossing the loaf shall be a thing. Much like tossing the cable. It has to be a thing indeed. Yes, it has to be a thing. And it has to have a sound effect. I can give a 3D model for that. Yahoo! Yes. And I can just imagine these little loaves giving a little woohoo. Yeah. Now time for sleep, Harry. Yes, it is indeed time for sleeps. It's naps times. That's perfect, and there will be a rare chance for Eldritch Bread to appear as well. Yes. It is canon that I give a funny sound when I throw it at a wall. That's adorable. Oh, please. Please, when sending the 3D model for the Braid minigame, please also send that soundbite. I'm sure that the trespassers will also appreciate that. Good night, everyone. I might sleep, who knows. Yes, we wish you either sleep or all of the caffeination, Alex. But for now, I too must indeed call it a day because the sun is starting to rise. I would play the game just for the bread. Wow, okay. Noted. I was playing the game for the bread, not for the bird. Sheesh. Okay, noted. That's fine, it's fine. I get you. For sure, I'll give it a few tries of recording. Awesome! Thank you. Cannon braid sounds. No, but it's cool. All good. But yes. That's a whole nother kettle of fish. It's gonna be the sound effect. research and sound development for the mist portals, because that's going to need to be a thing. The mist portals need sound development. Oh dear, I just remembered that. I also need to mess around in Godot still and actually make shaders for the mist portals, because they are mostly round. But I need to actually make shaders for those as a first order of service, I suppose you could say. A loaf of bread is now my Oshi. Sorry, Harrier. Well, your loaf of bread also streams, so do subscribe to Bread's channel as well. Literally, I think everyone here except for Alex is a streamer. I think Zany is working up towards it. But I do know that both Braid and Krahazik are also streamers themselves, so yeah, it's not impossible. I shall compete with the Braid. Actually, no, we're not competing, because honestly, let's just be real. That is true, I do stream, yes. Of course it is true, you do a stream. Like, legitimately, most of us here are here because we are content creators, let's just be real here. I have streamed like 4 times, and I would like to, but I'm also too lazy. Oh, getting there, just need to reload one real road block for now. No, you'll get there, you'll get there. All things in due time. First, make sure that it's actually something you enjoy doing, honestly. Even if you just use a PNG for now to just get the idea of how it feels to do the stream, just give it a try, see if it vibes with you, before you decide to, like, do the crazy and then, like, invest in a model and then you decide after like 3 months, yeah, it's not for me. Too many people have done that and regretted the capital outlay that has followed them. So yes, please try new hobbies responsibly. Do you need to sleep? I have my stream set up. It's just my PNG that I have right now. Okay. Yeah. I have streamed and I don't like it. And I've already invested in a model. Oh my. Oh dear. You have my condolences there, Zany. Oh, and you do like it. Okay, good. I was just about to say, oof. Actually, I was in the process of saying. Yeah. To everyone who has done that in the VODs, please, always considering streaming, please do it with a PNG first. Right? Yeah, it's not worth investing heavily if you don't know that it's even your thing yet. I was facecam streaming on and off while I was still a beginner streamer for like 7 odd years. It was very erratic and on and off, but I did really enjoy streaming, even though I was most of the time streaming to an empty room. And after that, I went PNG tuber, and after that, I went VTuber. Then I went live 2D about 5-6 years ago for the first time. And then when I debuted as Harrier, I went back to PNG tubing for a while because I didn't have my model ready yet. So yeah, it's a cycle. It's a cycle. My thumbnails were drawn on Paint as well. That is a thing. I think autocorrect messed up my message. It happens. It happens. I'm slightly grateful that I don't have autocorrect on my laptop because the amount of things that it would typo even worse than when I actually type is hilarious. Oh, I made a typo today in the art challenge feature stream that made everyone laugh. And it was such an innocent typo, but it ended up sounding so sus. It was hilarious. Create content responsibly, else you might end up with a massive passion project with ever-growing scope. You need sound effects for yes. Scope creep is a thing. True braid could happen to anyone, really. Yes. Yes. Now, the typo I said was things, and the person read it as thighs, and oh man, it was hilarious. I'm on phone right now. I don't think I can turn it off. Oh dear. Yeah. Yeah. I think I said, yeah. The phrase in question was, Rangerville is still one of my favorite things, and he read it as Rangerville is one of my favorite thighs, and it's like all of the plumies said, yep, that's a mood, and it's like, oh, that typo betrayed so much. Because it's amazing what happens when the tail of the G is just one character forward. You don't need the tail of the H to see it. Oh dear. Oh, that was a laugh. That was worth it. On the list of 101 typos that are worth it for the reactions that it draws out of streamers and communities. Like, it only reads as things on second glance, but you know what they were trying to say because, oh wait, the N and the H are right next to each other on the keyboard. Oh. Was it a typo then? Who knows? It was totally a typo, I'm sorry. Yeah, no. Oh, yeah. But yeah, nah. I am very curious what the next art challenge is going to be. It's dropping on Wednesday. So if you are interested in trying an art challenge as well, I encourage everyone to try it out. If you're trying to expand your skill sets, literally any medium is welcome. Any skill level is welcome. Please do try Alshi's art challenges. They're great. Next one's art challenge is actually going to have a little bit more time because the feature is only going to be towards the end of September. So we have got a little bit more time to work on it this time around as well. So if you are anxious about making stuff and being able to do so on a deadline, you've got more time this time around. So do consider trying it out as well. We're not going to find out until Wednesday what the challenge is going to be. So do consider popping by there as well. It's going to be around about, I think, I don't know exactly what time it's going to be in UTC. I think it's somewhere around 1700 UTC. I think that's when the stream is going to be, if the usual pattern gets followed. Somewhere around there. Worth it to drop by and have a look-see. What the theme is going to be. Ask some questions. And do please participate as well. Like, I would love to see more Mistlings participate in the art challenges. We already have a lot of first timers in this last round as well, which was really cool to see. And yeah, I'd strongly encourage anyone to participate. It's just all the fun. It's all the fun. And it's no pressure. Like I mentioned last time we talked about art challenges on stream, it's not a competition. So it's all literally just about seeing thought process more than anything else. I suck at art and I also forget that these things happen. Yeah, nah. Listen, anyone is bad at something that you don't practice a lot, right? So don't beat yourself up about it. But if it's something that you want to actively improve on, then participating in the challenges is a great way to actually be able to track your improvement over time as well. So it's something to consider. But yes, it is now 5:45 in the morning. I need to love and leave you guys. I was supposed to have my computer off for half an hour ago. So rest well and get to it. I will see you guys on the morrow for our regularly programmed Monday stream. And yeah, I will set up an actual schedule for this week, now that I know that I should probably be at home this week. Alright, good night everyone, rest well, and until next time, cheery bye. Night night. And thank you once again for all of your support. You guys are amazing. And I accidentally hit the wrong button. Whoopsie. Good night.